Good morning, all you beautiful people, and welcome back to another episode of the King Coin channel. It's your girl down in Crypto TA, and we got our second dip. We got our rejection at that zone that we were looking at right in here, and we've got our second dip, and we'll see if we can't hold this double bottom here today. So let's just get right into that. I'm here today. All right, so we were looking at the possibility of Bitcoin coming up and potentially rejecting from the ascending trend line here. It also was in line with the golden pocket if we look at the 15-minute time frame, which we will drop down to. But for now, I just wanted to kind of keep it just a 3-hour time frame. This is what I was watching. Okay, so 3-hour time frame. Let me drop down to a 1-hour time frame. All right, so you can see our little rejection here. We're trying to still hold this range in here where we had that little smaller gap here from CME. I'm going to take these off the chart now. So you can also say we rejected from that gap as well as those lows. So delete here. So again, in the event that we're unable to sustain in here, then I am looking here at this level here, which is 113.6 to about 1300 in here. And then from there, I start to look at the weekly level here around 111 here. I would assume that this would be the lowest that we would go before putting in a bounce. I wouldn't expect for us to get any lower than that. But if we reclaim this range and we take out this little pivot in here, then we are back on track to come back up at least back up here to around 121 once again. All right, let's zoom out a little bit. If we can catch a position, then I would like to do that. It's kind of hard once the market's already moved. This was that exact level that we were watching yesterday. We did get a nice little reaction on that liquidity sweep down here. And I may need to move some things around. Let me turn this off. I may need to move some things around on the chart. But for now, they seem to be working. Yeah, I may just leave it as is for now. All right, who got short on that? I did not take any shorts. I just don't have any interest in it. But it was a great place to get short. In fact, there were a ton of shorts piling into the market that were helping to give us that squeeze to the upside. And now we have a ton of longs starting to jump in here now, which, as I always tell you, that's incentive for market makers to want to take prices lower. If we take a look here at CoinGlass chart, and we can see how on this push up, you had a lot of people looking to short the bottom in here, which just wasn't a great idea, trying to short the bottom. Understanding that we had the potential to come up and back test the trend line that we broke down from. So that kind of didn't make sense there. And also the golden pocket was lined there. So there was confluence. There was a reason for markets to go back up. I mean, you usually do go back and test the scene of the crime. And people were just trying to short that the entire time up. And that created a nice little squeeze there to the upside. And now we're starting to see longs come in. And that has potential to take us down, because wherever the liquidity is, that's where the market makers will be. Okay. Let's see here. Take a look at the heat map here too. All right, so on the heat map, we do have some liquidity sitting here in reach. That's back up here around $116,000. So maybe taking out that high, sweeping the liquidity from that high. If we do a sweep of liquidity from that high, then I'm not really sure at the moment if market makers are trying to drive prices up. This is probably about the most we've done in terms of sweeping some liquidity, but I'm not sure if they're trying to drive prices up or sweep prices lower. And then, of course, we have the liquidity sitting down here starting starting around 114. I'm just going to highlight what's in yellow coming down here to about 113. And so that'll be that lower green box that I shared with you off of the 1 hour time frame. These over here are a little bit different in here. All right, I see Suey over there getting another little pump here. Suey did come back down and take out the low from yesterday. So we did come back down and take out this low here. Take out this low here for kind of got a double bottom in here now and attempting to take out this neckline here, which will be great. I've been watching this cloud drop over here, so I'm going to leave this indicator on the chart for today. This is just an ascending trend line that I was watching here in case this yellow line comes up to it and starts to reject. But this is a good look here for Suey. It did manage to come back up here into the SR here, support resistance level in here just for a simple rejection. That was also another great short opportunity here. I didn't take that either. Again, I'm just not taking any shorts right now. I should have hedged. I said I wasn't sure if I was going to jump back into the Suey long yesterday. I actually jumped into it twice yesterday. So I jumped into it. I did jump back into it here, and then I sold here, and then I re-entered here, and I did not take the profits there. So I think I rolled it back up and I sold in here, and then I tried one additional time. I got distracted a little bit and price came back down against me, and it was a very small little L that I took before all of this happened. Because that time I chose not to put the stop loss in there. But this is nice, and if we get above this cloud, that's going to be even nicer. That's something that we haven't done here on the 15-minute time frame. I did see us do it on I saw it on the 1, I saw it on the 5-minute, and I think the 7-minute I also saw it, but I haven't seen us do it here on the 15-minute time frame, which is a bigger deal. Just getting back up above the cloud, because we've been below the cloud ever since. This was this Sunday? Yeah, Sunday. We've been below it since Sunday. And then we lost it again. Actually, we were below it over here. We were already below it over here when my fast behind decided I wanted to enter into a long position on Suey. And then we got CPI data come out. So, yeah, that was not, no, it was PPI. I think it was PPI came out. Yeah, PPI came out that day. And yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I haven't turned this indicator on in a little while either. So, but it's a good one. It is a good one. Let's see what Ethereum. I have ETH in here as well. Yeah, I updated my MACD. Let's see, Ethereum still ranging within this this channel formation. I'm not going to call it a flag, but we are still ranging within this channel formation. We did also sweep the liquidity in here on Ethereum. Here. So Ethereum performing a little not as great, which leads me to want to take you over here real quick. I'm going to end up taking us really long, especially if we close above this pivot in here. All right, so Bitcoin, for the most part, has filled in, it's close to CME. I know we still have the one that's sitting down lower, but here you have the one for Ether here. And we're just sitting on top of that gap in here for Ether right here. And so this gap is completely filled on CMB around 4,098. I did not map it out on my Ethereum chart, but just so you're aware, if you weren't aware, there is a CME gap here for Ether. We're just back testing the highs right now, holding these highs as support. All right, nice little trend regression line over here as well. That's what we're seeing on Ethereum's chart. And I think that was about the only one that I seen when I did scroll through here. Got another one down here. I wouldn't be banking on this one, but since I'm here, let me just go ahead and highlight it. Since I'm here, I'm just going to drag it out. And it might actually be better if to play with Ethereum, not Ethereum, but Bitcoin over altcoins, just simply because Bitcoin dominance is it's up a little bit more. No major difference, I would say, from yesterday. We're still hitting the high in here. I can already feel my PC wanting to lag. So the high that we drew yesterday, we've just come back into that high here, and we're seeing a little bit of a rejection in the dominance right now for Bitcoin. And then I take a look here at Ethereum. We're still holding the that level of support in here for Ethereum dominance. If we start to come lower, then I would start to look in here instead. And let me just go ahead and apply a box in here. Just do it like that. And it's not a daily, I just like the color. So I'm going to do it like that for Ethereum. And that's just a just in case. All right, about a minute. Less than 2 minutes left for Sui over here. I'm going to look at entering a long position. I should have taken it before stream. It's actually running behind this morning. And that is something I should have taken before stream. And let me add 382 in here. All right. Put this back over here on Biddy though. That looks really good on Sui. So I updated. It may not be over here. It's not. That's an expansion. I'm gonna take that off. That's not it either. I'm gonna put in. All right. So I just made a little modification to my MACD indicator, just so I can see the slope change on the MACD and take away any other. I don't really like using the histogram or the bars or anything. I prefer the lines, but just to show the color change of the slope, which is a lot faster than using the signal for the MACD. So that's what I've done here. Coffee. I'll probably open up with a decreased position size here on Sui. That's what I'm gonna do. Back above the 200 EMA here on the 15. Oh, actually on the 1 minute time frame, we're back above that 200 EMA. But a pullback on it would be great if we can get a pullback to at least 354 or maybe 352. That would be good. Or a SUI long. We might as well go ahead and take a look at turn that indicator off just so I can cover some of the other altcoins. Let me see what I want to be on a 4 hour. Let's give it a 4 hour. So yeah, as long as we continue to hold this, and let me extend these out too. I barely got any sleep. And I don't know why. My insomnia just picked up. I do still have the measured move in here for the head and shoulder formation in here. In case it is a head and shoulder, it may not be, and we could be looking at a falling wedge instead. So just be aware of that. I see an XRP here. So like XRP, I like this. You know, instead of looking at this, this, and this, I like that here. What's this line from? Take that away. Okay, take that away. So I like this. You got some confluence in here too from the RSI on this. Let me just make sure I did that properly. Yeah, you got some confluence in here from the RSI on that. So I do like that. Let's see how that plays out. Hold on. Oh, that's Ethereum. Forgive me. Why am I on Ethereum? XRP. Let's take that away. Actually, let's just delete all of this. Delete all of that. I don't like inverse head and shoulders at the top of a pattern. I always see people and hear people doing that, and I don't like seeing, calling something an inverse head and shoulder at the top of a pattern. I know that a inverse head and shoulder can also be considered a continuation pattern, but more often they're considered reversal patterns. There's nothing to reverse here. It's from a It's from a impulsive move to the downside or finishing up 5 waves or something like that. I just don't like. I don't like to say potentially an inverse head and shoulders, so I won't be doing that here. It's not really a clean line I see myself drawing on this, so I'm not going to put any lines on that. But so far, XRP just holding our 302 range in here, still around the top side here. I think we were looking at this here also, but so far 382 retracement in here. Let me see what this one is. So golden pocket bounce in here. I'll come back to this one. I'm going to take this one away since it does line up here with the next level down there, the low. But so far, golden pocket bounce here for XRP. Now I can draw a much cleaner line here for XRP, so I will do this one. Take that away. That reads a lot cleaner than trying to do it here. Even if I put it on a line chart, it just doesn't give me that clean structure. So it could be that it is like a descending wedge or something like that. It's just not drawable in the candlestick formation. So we'll see how we do here at this level. Solana, I'm going to take away everything from lower time frames. Keep the daily. And this isn't the high for Solana, so I didn't have a problem with saying this could be an inverse head and shoulder. But right now, let me take that away too. I think we dropped this idea yesterday, so we're done with that. We don't really have a bottom. I'm going to take that away. Well, I'm on a 12-hour, so let me zoom them out and see what that pivot looks like. Okay, that's better. We've already broken whatever this was. Get that away. Let's see how we did a swing fail over here the last time. Not actually a swing fail, but yeah. are also confirming this pattern here on the RSI here on the 4-hour time frame, but you do have a cloud cover, which means it would stop out probably before it even hit the top side up here. So maybe it just comes back up here into this daily level. So be aware of that here with Solana. Bears are still in control over here as well, but you do have a positive slope on your MACD and your delta right now in this 4 hours. So breakout, I would look back here at this 198, 195, possibly technical liquidity from here. Maybe then a back test and then a continuation here for Solana. It looks pretty nice here on the 4-hour time frame. You haven't taken a low or anything. Like, yeah, it looks pretty good. BNB, we don't need that anymore. Get that out of here. Still managing to hold this 4-hour level in here. BNB is actually performing really well against what the rest of the market is doing. Probably should have been trading this one. Just gonna use this here. BNB. And it is in price discovery. I do have a fib extension in here. No, not that one. Yeah, this one for BNB. Let's see, and this one that was towards the low in here. Just wanted to see if we did that. We hit that. Yeah. I think that was the reason why I took the long also here for BNB, but this looks pretty nice. Look at that. This part in here still looks okay. If you do reject up here, then I will, yeah. Hopefully there is no rejection here. So if we do get to the top, we don't want to see a rejection because then instead of it would end up being an E if we don't manage to push out of here. And E usually tends to push us to the downside. D at the lows usually break you up, but if you fail to break out here, then it could be an A, B, C, D, E, and then we could drop here on Binance with a little double top in here. That's the only thing, to not get overly bullish, especially once we get up here, if price gets up here. I want to see some volume back and a push out, and then potentially we'll come up in here into this golden pocket. All right. Gosh, I should have took that position this morning earlier when I was getting myself together. All right, so that's BNB. ADA is doing pretty good in here, continuing to hold the high here of the weekly resistance level, this weekly descending trend line here, continuing to hold that. So that's a plus here for ADA. And that's just all 4-hour stuff to look at in here. And seems to have a nice little I guess that's a okay formation in here. I'm gonna do the same thing with this one. Let's see if it's okay. So within the range, you are building some sort of a triangular formation. Let me just see something on this one though. I want to see if I can confirm it. And yeah, there is a little formation in here also. And you've just been tapping back into the top side of the dynamic cloud in here as well for ADA. I did see it swerving up a little bit, so hopefully it's just showing the momentum for ADA to get the push up. Want to see it take out this high over here, actually close above it, so we'd be out of this range in here. And this range was coming from it's not, yeah, from the daily time frame. There it is. So I would watch the delta on the daily time frame just to see if it ends up hitting below that zero line. You will get some sort of a potentially you could see some selling off of that. But so far the MACD is still postured up, so it's okay for now on the daily. But the daily would probably be late in giving you that response here for ADA. But yeah, nonetheless, still holding up here. As long as we stay above this trend line right here, that's a plus. That is a major plus. So with H bar, I know that we want to continue to hold the 22. We talked about this yesterday. So you do have the VWAP sitting in here around 22 cents. So far, we're just hanging in here on this golden pocket 786 retracement. Actually, let me push this up because we did push up a little bit more in here. So 786. Yeah, if we start to slip 786, it would give me less hopium that we would hold this 22, which would be a big problem for me. Uh, and then we have nothing but room to kind of move in here. So maybe I look at this in here instead of the weekly level in there. I'll probably look in here instead. I'm just going to stretch this out maybe to about 20 cents since you do have these little wicks in here. So maybe this in here can give some support. Kind of like it. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. You can also see if we reclaim this range in here and where we got this breakdown here. Let's see if we move this. I'll put it back. There is some sort of a smaller pizza formation in here. I don't think right now that H bar has the momentum to actually break above that 30 at the moment. We have that bandwidth one. I just don't think that we have it. Not right now. I don't see it. So I tend to keep looking down here for H bar to continue to get a little bit of a push down, even though it does have a nice little corrective structure in here. I don't like it. I suppose if we do push to the upside, though, I would just be looking back at that bandwidth one, which is sitting here around 30 cents, and then to the downside again, possibly down here to about 20 cents. I'm gonna skip the meme today. So Chainlink did finally start to get some sort of a reaction. What is this? It's a pretty impulsive candle. Pretty large candle here. Just zoom out a little bit here on Chainlink, which continues to look really amazing. Just trying to see if I can see what pattern this might be doing in here. Yes, I guess that's all you really need here. Yeah, just take out that little doji in here. So it looks like a double bottom. That's what it looked like. It's a little higher than I would want it to be. But you do need to invalidate this wick. Failure to invalidate that wick, then potentially, I don't think that it comes down too much further. You do have a bunch of inefficiency in here. Maybe we play out some of those bear divs that we've seen in here. So you have the 2377. I don't think we come all the way down here either. I'm looking at something in here. If we do start to lose, if we fail to invalidate this, meaning we don't get the closure above here, say we at least fill in the inefficiency in here. Maybe we do that. I could turn this into a zone. Actually, let me turn it into a zone so we're not focusing on that alone. Got your strongest reaction from here. That led to a decent drop, so I'm going with this one. So maybe something like this. Yeah. So maybe just that much. And that's with the failure to invalidate. Double top. That's the measured move. It's a bit too much for my comfort, so I'm gonna keep it like that. All right, a little bit of a pushback there off of SUI and Bitcoin too. As Bitcoin was trying to break that neckline and it didn't manage to push up high enough to do that. All right, so this is so it looks like all your little dojis in here on your 4-hour time frame are some sort of a double bottom formation. And just use this instead. Looks like we just took that one out. And just ensure. You'd rather see it come back and hold it. And that would be your 382 actually. So that matched up really, really good because that's 42.366 and that's 42.365. You'd rather see it hold there than to come in deeper. But leave it like that. I don't need this one on this one. So let's see. I'm gonna pull back, and this looks pretty good over here. Looks pretty good right now. Hey, see Joe, Mr. Thomas. Give me one Bitcoin, one big coin. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look too shabby right now here for hype. Let me push it to a 2-hour. Break, Rejection off of the 200 EMA. Lost it on the 4-hour too. Today. The dreadful double top everywhere. If we can get the push up, sorry. If we can get the push up, I'm being anal. If we can get a push up, that looks pretty nice. Maybe a little bit of a rejection in here, but if we can get past that, then I would say about 45.90. 935 here to the upside here for hyperliquid. Um, yeah, maybe just let me see what this was. Yeah. So maybe something like that. Maybe even push back up into back testing this trend line in here for height. If it finds some follow through to the upside, otherwise, we never did come back for this. Not saying that we're going that low. We haven't tapped the golden pocket yet either, so we can still do the golden pocket. And the weekly level just happens to line up with that. Let me just take that away. So the weekly level just so happens to line up with that. So about 40.97. Want to see if we continue to hold in here, if anything. Just want to hold in here. All right, 9 minutes left on that close. Nothing's changed here from yesterday either. golden pocket for now. Top side of the weekly average range here. We did finally get that. Yeah, I think we got that yesterday. So if this was a head and shoulder in here, um, if it was, then we were looking at taking out this liquidity here from this low in here. And then that could lead prices into about 35, 34, about 34. And if we didn't hold that range, then we're looking at the golden pocket. So nothing has really changed in here. And that's only if this is a head and shoulder. It could end up turning into some sort of a flat formation or something. Let's see what Bitcoin is doing. Doge was the same scenario, potential head and shoulder. Maybe it changes into some sort of a falling wedge formation over here instead. We did tap this one so far. And then this is the next one that we were looking at here, around where the golden pocket is for Doge. It's a nice little perfect tap. Let's see what that is. 21, no, yeah, 21,435. 21,433. So nothing's changed in here either, not yet, but we do have the potential for this turning into some sort of a wedgie structure instead of being head and shoulder. Got a nice regression line in here. You can see the failure here when it pushed up through that regression line and got the break back down below it. Let me just add one here. And a perfect bounce off of that bottom. So you either see a breakdown here, so you lose your momentum to the downside and see a breakdown here, or Doge gets another attempt back up. That could be the scenario over here. Everything is doing this little number in here. So far, the okay, so the 4 hour isn't confirming. Let's see here. I'm gonna end up moving something. Tint in the back. I can't say this is a double bottom in here. This might actually be sort of a bear flag, potentially. We'll see if this ends up being a bear flag. You already have the head and shoulder, potential head and shoulder formation. Technically, it confirmed with the break of the neckline. What is this? It's only on this time frame. What is it? Oh, the potential long setup. Like it's only showing up on this time frame. Let me just scoot it over out of the way so it's not showing up in the background. It's not a big move. I mean, you start to break here, then it is a problem. It does become a problem in here. So hopefully no more than the golden pocket, perhaps another slap in here into VWAP, and then it holds. Just do the little bear flag, potential bear flag uh, formation that's in here for Doge. Otherwise, we confirm the break above here. I mean, it'd just be a lower time frame thing here, looking at this 1 hour. And then we'll look at this high right here. We'll look at that. So Tron is holding up rather well here. Right. You see a rejection here at 35 or a break of the range in here for Tron. And drop one more here. Get into Tron. And you should not come back and invalidate this low now. In your 1 hour, we start to change market structure, has potential to change market structure above the high here. So above this high, which can see you into here, maybe another little rejection from here, and then a continuation up possible. So maybe you do something like, maybe you're doing something like that. Maybe you do something like that. You take out this here. Another little rejection in here. A lower drop back. Let me see what that would look like. Just guessing. It pushes up. This one's been a bomber. I was looking for a long in here apparently. Yeah, I was looking for a long off of this. Suggesting a break and reclaim would be down because it would have broken it here, come back up and reject it. So it would be down a T-bit. I was looking for a move back into here. Would have locked in some profits though for sure. I might still consider this whatever it was. Virtual's pretty beat up. It would be more enticing with some bullish divergence, and I'm not seeing that here. Not on that 12-hour. I don't see any here either. This doesn't look bad though. If it's engulfing all of this, if it engulfs all of this by coming back up above this level in here, that actually looks pretty decent, and that's something that I would consider getting into a long for. Right now, I'm just gonna kind of sit out. I'm already in that little Suez situation again. So it was a bull dip in here. This is moving away from price action though. I don't know. I do like that though. I like this from the 4 hour, especially if this engulfs all of this. I don't see a reason not to get long on it. And keep virtuals on the radar. Hold on, what was that? Yeah, I'm gonna keep that on the radar. See if theta got stopped out. It may have. I can't see it from that chart. Not yet. It actually just came really close to tapping the low of the range in here. It did meet the profit lock level. Stop loss would have been moved, probably would have been stopped out of it anyway, because you would have moved your stop loss. So I was looking at either this for potentially being that head and shoulder formation or falling wedge, which is just seems to be what I'm seeing across the board. Everything that's kind of looking like it's a head and shoulder could be transitioning and not be a head and shoulder, and just everybody get over bearish. I know total two and total three were at some sort of resistance, but this broke the low and reclaimed inside, so that's not terrible. And something like this, if it is the play out, would get you back up here towards the high. So that's not shabby. Injective getting a little bit of a bounce off of its weekly range high. You got your macro VWAP. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, so you got your macro VWAP right here. It hasn't really made a big difference. I remember the day that we were looking at this because I was saying that either we break down from this channel and we see a drop from here coming down towards the range low, or we hold it and we break the top side of it. I remember that day. And it did the latter in here. So we would be here now. This still may not work out. Back to VWAP. I did have a setup that I was looking at for this. Let's see, I'm not sure if I'll get it, but if I can, this is something that I'm still looking at here for something I'm still looking at though. If we get it. Maybe we come up, reject, and then get that continued move down to look back at this 13 to 12.51 here. Let's see. You push up, then you know the levels are different. If you manage to reclaim in here, then you probably this time be a little bit more successful. Could be more successful in getting up there. I mean, you could invalidate all of this over here. And 1698, about 17 would be the next level. We're still waiting for uninjective. We're still waiting to break the neckline in here. So no closure has taken place yet above this neckline in here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to do away with this. Do away with the top line. I'm going to do away with it all together over here. Let me see something. Yeah. I'm still interested. There is still the potential that we could do that. I don't think that, yeah, there's still the potential that we could do this. As long as we're not trading any nonsense moves in here. INJ. Let me actually switch this. Yeah, I'm still interested if we come down here for that long setup. I know it looks terrible when you look at it like this, but I'm still interested in the potential of that being a long setup. OP. This is just a measured move in case this is a head and shoulders here for OP. Um, these levels haven't changed. We haven't even made it down here this far. Let me see what that 4 hour is looking like. And then there's always the potential of how we're riding this trend line in here to continue to hold that support. And maybe instead of this being a head and shoulder again, it could be doing this instead. I think this is the golden pocket. No, whatever it was, it's disappeared on me. So 64 is going to be our first level to watch in here, and then okay, it's a daily level. So 64, our first level to watch in here. If we do manage to come down, fall back below this trend line here, and break this one, then I'll be looking here. Got a decent reaction off of this candle in here that managed to push price up like this. So you got a nice strong continuation of candles in here off of this one. So I look here first, and then the second one, of course, would just be these lows in here at 57. Look for rejection. It'll move up here. If not here, then it could happen in here. It looks like it would get like a failed swing, and then maybe a back test if it continues to try to push up here. Everything basically looks the same in here. Where you could either have a head and shoulder or fallen formation, just slightly below VWAP. MACD still going down. Cloud cover. Bear still in control. Maybe it does it. Maybe it doesn't even reach the top. but if it takes out this, it's going to look pretty nice. Maybe. Or we just blast off and come back up for this trend line in here. It looks pretty good in my opinion. What was I looking at? Weekly. So that would be just tapping back into the standard deviation 1 where I dropped it to that yellow line. That's just standard deviation 1 on the Bollinger Band. So right now it looks like bouncing off of the 20 SMA. At the moment, we're bouncing off of the 20 SMA. We did drop below that VWAP, but we are bouncing off of that 20 SMA. I am bullish on the higher time frame for near. Definitely bullish on the higher time frame. Let's go under. Same energy. Let me see if this looks more like a double bottom. Okay, you confirm the close on the 1. You can confirm the close on the 15-minute as well. Just haven't confirmed it off of the 4-hour time frame. And since it is a doji on the 4-hour, you really want that confirmation on the 4-hour, but you can always front run it. If it comes back within round about the time where this 4-hour closes, then it could be a failed attempt here. If we start coming into that 4-hour closure and you start to see this falling off, then that's what it could be like this over here, where it just wick back down, or this one. But for now, it is a good front run. And have to do this one as well. For under. And I've already covered how we're not managing to get past this daily level in here. So every time we come up, we do see a rejection from here. Still haven't even made it back into the golden pocket here either, which is here, because we keep stomping out in here. And this is the next level that I was looking for Undo. If we do get a continuation down, then it's this candle low in here. Looking for this to hold up as support and not actually take out the low in here. So if you were looking to get long on this, I would probably let it, so it's not such a wide level. do it off of that midpoint, and then give yourself a little room for a sweep. So maybe where that 82.67 is. And this would be spot because there's no way you want to take a leverage trade with this much room on it. And then you're looking for it to come into here. Unless you're using extremely low leverage, you wouldn't want to do a 5.62%. Let me make sure. I mean, this could always hold as support, the 82.67. So it's really up to you. I just wanted to get it a little bit over. I really don't want it to take out this wick, to be honest. So can also do that. And that's just in case of an SFP. So far, we're looking pretty good on all of these breaks. Aptos kind of lagging behind here. It might be why Aptos is lagging behind, because it's clean into resistance. Is that trend? Yes, it is. So previous week low is actually what this is. Or previous week high on the lower time frame. No, low. Yeah, low. Duh. So any further continuation down here for Aptos, I really like to see Aptos not come below this trend line in here or take out this pivot in here. Barely created a pivot in here. So I really don't want to see it do that because we could just continue this. We did this with ICP where it looked kind of nice in here, but it just continued to do that all the way down. And I do have some Aptos on spot. But it is still ranging. That still looks good to me. That still looks good to me. And that just simply means that it can still come back to the low of the range. And I would hate that. So if you're in Aptos, just understand that it looks pretty decent in terms of this pattern formation in here being something that plays out, but at the moment, it could continue for a little while longer before we actually see a breakout. You got the squeeze. We keep coming back into standard deviation 2 on the lows, but we're just piercing 1 at the highs. So we are falling lower than we're able to push up. Let's see, costs. Costs has done really well with holding this daily level in here. This one. Before we weren't doing that. We were coming back down to the weekly. So it has got to a place now where it's been respecting the daily level instead. Dropping as low. If it does drop lower though, I would start to look back at the weekly level here at 6 cents. And then you've basically been in between these two green ones. Well, no, you've basically been in between this green and the low here for cost. Let me see if I have that. I don't have it on this trend line. That should be here. That's where you capped out. So I can just make this easier on myself and just like this for costs until we do see a break to the upside here. Look for it to continue to hold this daily level in here. If you're into costs, 0.083, 0.078, and if you lose that, then I mean, you really want to respect the low of this formation. Sometimes markets will take liquidity off the low though, so you might get a break to the downside, a reclaim. You get a reclaim, and that can be considered a bullish move for costs. for it to hold in here. Definitely want to get a break of this neckline in here to be able to get a stronger push to the upside. But so far, all it did was come back and fill in the inefficiency. That was it. It just filled in this inefficiency in here on the drop down after that rounded top formation. It should be good to go. Let's see, say VWAP. Rejection. This is the formation of something that breaks down. I don't know why I don't have any additional levels in here. I must have just was only interested in this zone. To have the VWAP in here. It's already rejected. This in here, that's just too wide. Take this away. Can't take that away now. This is one big triangle. I know. you. Y'all still within standard deviation 1 and 2. That's good. Still above 20 SMA. So apparently still within your squeeze. Trying to get that breakout here. I guess it doesn't look as bad as I'm looking at it. Issue. I see a little trouble zone in here. It's very minor. You're already hitting this. Which is just in line with this. This was pretty good. I mean, yeah, like I said, you're still above the 20 SMA. You're still trading within standard deviation 1 and 2. You start to slip that, then there is a chance that you could actually take out this little low. There's a chance that you could take out this low. Otherwise, you would bounce from somewhere in here where you have the VWAP at. But I would keep this little low on my radar just in case for some reason the market decides it wants to be weird. But you do got some nice little liquidity below here. So maybe you get one more push down, put in another higher low right here, and then get the push out of this out of this range in here. Cloud cover. See it now, but this looks this doesn't look terrible in here so far. Needs a little bit more strength. We do have a cloud cover. Potential head and shoulder. So yeah, maybe you do take out this low in here. And then I look for the higher low. And that could come in somewhere in here at 23 to 21. And then it possibly has the potential to break to the upside here. Or, say let's watch it for a momentum break. Which is basically losing your mean at 50%. Let me check back on Biddy. Minute, 15-minute got a closure above it. 1 hour bad rejection. Actually got a momentum line in here. Yeah, got a momentum line off of that candle. So that's what you're trying to take out. That ended up being a nice little swing up here on Biddy though yesterday from this fallen channel. It's not a wedge. We might pump. If not today, tomorrow. In my opinion, like we might have a better outlook in the market today than than yesterday. Let me get back over here and look at that TIL and that. So I see T dot. Got a long way to go. Actually, did not come back. Did not come back below here so far. I'm just going to delete it. I thought this was going to hold yesterday. Came like in the vicinity of it off of the body. And got one little last push up. And then we dropped. Supposed to be the measured move, which will bring it up here around the 786. Let me check back on Ethereum. Let me figure out where that gap is. This is where the gap is. So that does bring price back below the expand. Something I've been yapping on and on about. I'm just going to do it. So that would be the feel of the gap. And right now we've got maybe bouncing off of it. So I think that that's pretty on point. This right here was August 8th, 20 o'clock military time. So that would be that gap fill if we do it. Yep, this is getting ready to drop back down now for Sui. And so maybe it comes back into maybe it can hold this one. Okay. My breakfast is cold. This time I got a cheese toast and we eat cold cheese toast. So I'm gonna hide myself for now. Hey there. Quiz Tank too. It's a cool name. Let's see how I'm looking over here on Sui. We're still below the 200 EMA as well here for SUI too, and I think that that's pretty in line with the trend line in here, I would say. And this is actually a momentum line, so it doesn't really belong to anything in particular. Actually, let me just get rid of it because it is a momentum line. It's not. It wasn't this. So it wasn't this. I'm gonna put that. I'll leave it there. Just want to see. So we have one for the potential head and shoulder. Just want to see what this would be like. Okay, so that could get us back into We broke down from here. 786. If something like this were to play out. If and if let me see. If I push this up. That would be golden pocket. I'm gonna leave it like that all the way to the high. So I think yesterday we may have only done what, 50? We didn't even make it to the 50 yesterday. And slide that over, boy. Bitcoin getting a nice little push up finally. These last few minutes here on the 15-minute. Trying to get back into the resistance here. Let me see if I need to move this. Kind of stalled that again. Yeah, I think today could be a good day in the market. It's killing me. Bitcoin trying to push back up into this range in here. It's a good chance that we do take out this high. I thought maybe yesterday we would have pushed back up into the lows in here. Didn't manage to quite get there. Dominance is creeping up just a little bit on Bitcoin, not too much, just a little bit on that 1 hour. My stomach is growling so bad. I'm gonna hide my face and eat my food. My stomach is over here growling. All right. My stomach has never growled. Well, in a long time. That looks pretty good so far. Mm. If we can start trading above 359 on Sui, that'll be great. I should say 360. Y'all know what? Since I've been live streaming here, with myself on camera, that is, this is the most I have dressed up because I never go anywhere. And I've had this little dress right here for, ooh, maybe 8 years, and this is the first time I put it on. It's my first time ever wearing it. Just sat in the closet the entire time. I have some other dresses that have been sitting in the closet for maybe 12 years I haven't worn yet. And I never gained weight, so I still wear my same clothes from teenage years. I do feel inspired to have a life once again and to get outside. Stop being a vampire. Let's check back in on our Suey. Like I said, if we can start trading above 360, we'd be doing pretty good. That could be our doorway to getting up here. I wouldn't be angry at that. But right now we're rejecting that 360. And that 360 is just me saying we can get above this dynamic cloud right here. So you can see how we're just tapping into it. We can start trading above that. I would love that. But right now you can see we're just hitting it. wherever this might happen at, if it happens. Get back in here. Otherwise, we fill that gap. We are building. Oh, let me see this one. I don't want you to think that means we go down just because you got that red line in there. It just just makes it easier for me to visualize um, when a cross is happening. That's it. So we're starting to put in the bear div. So if we start to push up, if you're in a long position, this simply just indicates in the moment to start taking some profit because you could start putting in bear divs. And that's just how I'm using the MACD. It'll be very similar to over here where this cross happened right here, where you can see the delta in the green and red, how it crossed down. It's just simply saying you get into a place where as price starts to continue to climb, you want to start taking profit in case you get a push down. That's all. And of course, you can see the bear div being put in. That's all. And then over here, delta crosses up, saying you might want to start looking at bullish divergence, potential for a long entry. Which this works a lot better on a high time frame, like your monthly. It works really great on the monthly time frame. As a signal cross on the monthly, it works really good. But on the lower time frames, it just gauges where you might see a reversal coming in. We're barely moving. Let's see what volume looks like. Okay, Bitcoin did actually tap the low of the of the range in here. I thought you didn't give me any.
Yeah.
You were hiding it from me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Love you. While we're doing nothing at the moment in the market, I'm going to put us back over here and then take a look at some of the other altcoins. I'm just going to pull from the lows in here. This thing right here. I don't think I have anything on that one. I don't have any levels for it. I'm just going to skip right through it because I'll be wasting your time. See if anything has changed. That's slight deviation. Looking at this for some reason. What was it? I don't know. I don't know why I would have been looking at it. Golden pocket right now. And I'm just simply trying to avoid all of the wicks on this thing. Yo, Eugene Lee. Eugene Lee. It's a popular name. It's a pretty name. Eugene Lee. Yeah, just trying to avoid the wicks. So golden pocket right now, and then we'll say 786 if it does continue to push down. I'm gonna take this away. I'm not sure what that was there for, and this is just going to be based on your line chart. So you would not be looking at this using your candlesticks at all. You would have to transition and look for the closing on the line chart. See if there's anything special happening over here. Potentially, there could be. A little bearish right now, but Kyber will pop up on you. And I don't have the squeeze on here. The last time somebody asked me about it, I said it looks good. I actually bought some, and I got scared of those wicks, and I was like, I got out of it. Kyber. Crow has been performing well. I don't have the levels for Crow. I just know that we're probably still trading within standard deviation 1 and 2 on the Bollinger. I haven't put anything else in here, and yes, we are. We talked about this yesterday. That as long as we were still within the standard deviation 1 and 2, that we were still looking good. We start to slip 13, which be somewhere down here at this candle here. This nice green candle. And then we could be coming back down here towards this level in here. But otherwise, That still looks decent. I don't think we play out. We couldn't. This, I mean, we can, but yeah, we'll be doing that. So still bullish on Pro. I don't have levels for immutable for some reason. All right, so we're simply rejecting a momentum line right now at 66. And that's pretty obvious. This is an interesting area in here. I will. That's an interesting area. And just take it one step at a time. We got to do something over here first. Needs to break above, close above here to get a charge, a daily charge. So 0816. I think we were in a squeeze on this one too. Yeah, we are. And just testing the 20 SMA. Maybe if we came back into here, I would get interested. I want it to go below that. And I just put that on the low of the Bollinger. I want it to go below that, but actually I don't even want it to go below that wick. Let me leave it alone. Yeah. So maybe just a standard deviation 1 here. If it's going to break up, then it shouldn't be coming back below standard deviation 1. It did it over here, so it shouldn't come back below it. Mutable actually looks pretty good. I think I said this yesterday too. So I like the mutable. Yeah. So once you take out this, you should start to expand up, and then you probably hit your first piece of resistance in here. Come up a little bit more, and I would actually bypass. I think it could bypass all of that. we'll map out the actual levels. So the next time I talk about it, we'll be good to go because this isn't it. I don't think that this right here would be a real problem. I'm not saying don't consider it, but I don't think that that'd be a real problem. I do it just like that. Yeah, once you take out that 81 cents, then you'll start to expand and push up. It does really well when it does get a break to the upside. So let's see if that matched up with anything. That did match up with the golden pocket. Okay. So maybe that. We're looking at some stuff on a lower time frame here. But we may have done whatever was over here. Oh, that was the V chain. Hold on. That was the V chain long. So it was a long setup. This already had happened though. So it was a long setup for this line here. So if we tap into this line, break it and reclaim it, then we could get a push up. I think I was just looking back here into this purple box here. That might have been a 3-to-1 and then it hit the golden pocket or something. And then the second setup was this one. And we just tapped into this here. And this was the return. So this must have came, I'm not sure what time frame this came off of. So I will leave this stuff on the chart. We'll see how this goes. But that one actually did play out. So we'll see if this one right here will do the same. Let me see where that return was coming from. It wasn't this chart because I wouldn't have had it. This expanded. I don't know which chart it was. I'm not sure. But whatever it was, it lined up with this, I'm sure of it. I may have done that. Not for certain. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If it works out here, it works out. If it doesn't, yeah. So this was based on the trend line and this horizontal line being in confluence with each other. Right. Let's see. We shall see. It's a 2-day. I'm gonna drop this on this. If we fail, then I probably would look at this. This doesn't look like it's going to drop, but you never know. Never know. Hopefully it'll play out. V chain. And 319. Yeah, that would have sufficed. It didn't actually break it though, but yeah, that would have sufficed for this move. All right, tail. I don't have levels for tail. Nope, I don't. I guess this was the only thing I was looking at, a closure above this neckline here for tail coin, which it did get very slightly, very minor, but nonetheless, that change of market structure on the daily time frame. Back test into the golden pocket. Want to see that hold. If it does continue down, you definitely want to see the 786 hold. 786 isn't holding, then this was all for nothing. Yeah, then it will all be for nothing. We did get one in here. Let's see what tail did on this drop. 786. So hopefully, yeah, with tail coin, and I need to mark out levels for it. You did get past whatever your biggest hurdles were. It should be up here. I just do it based on candlesticks. I know I would have looked at this just based on candlesticks. This candlestick in here for sure. Price ranged in here, so it coiled in here. And so then perhaps this high. No real structure anywhere else. So I would look for this high to get taken at some point. But for now, you're just really trying to hold. All right, Suey, I thought you were going to drop, but you held on. You really want to see this golden pocket hold. I mean, you can shoot for the 786, but that's a little bit too risky in my opinion. Hopefully, the golden pocket will hold, put in a higher low, and then you get that continuation to the upside here, since that did give you a change of character, or yeah, on the daily time frame here with the closure above this peak right here. low, lower low, lower high, higher high in here. You want to hold the lower low, yeah, and continue up, and hopefully take that out. Peaks to always be something, so don't have anything for algo. I do RSR. We did RSR yesterday. Still looking to hold this golden pocket 786 retracement here, which also coincides with the weekly level in here. So I think this is coming from the weekly time frame here. So you don't want to come back into here really on the return. You don't want to come back in here. If you're looking for an explosive move up, we're looking for price to expand out, which again is taking out this neckline in here. That should give RSR the expansion, and then that would be the measured move coming back up in here around this weekly level in here. And there shouldn't be anything in the way. Once you can get past this neckline in here for RSR, there's nothing in the way for price action to make that easy move up here. Because all the resistance is in here at the neckline. All the resistance is here. Then you just blast up through here. There's been some nice little swing trades in here. Pops out of momentum, you come back, back test it, you push up, pop out of momentum, come back, back test it, push up, pop out of momentum, come back, back test it. Will it do it again and get the push up? That's really nice over here. That was nice. Come back, back test. Come back, back test. And then this one. Like you did drop into it one time and you lost it, reclaimed it, you back test it again and you hold. That might work. You're getting choppy in here though. Got a potential head and shoulder. It's the only one you haven't tapped. Back tested. I'm not saying that you come back down here. Just saying that that's the one that hasn't been back tested. Ooh, 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 hold up. Hold up. Stop the press. Hold up. That's what's up. That is what's up. Like I said, today is going to be a good day. Oh boy. Oh boy. I just happened to glance over at the other screen and I'm like, what the what? What the heck? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Don't play with it. And I did a smaller position size this time. This is the one right here. I did a smaller position size this time. It's all right. It's all right. It's just suey too. It's just suey. That's what today is gonna be. It's just suey. Look at that pop. Get them. Get them bears. Get them. Got me excited. Oh boy. Oh boy. Won't he do it? The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Oh man, that was nice though. That was nice. Unexpected. Unexpected. That candle size. Unexpected. Actually, no guarantee on the move. No guarantee on getting the move outside of here like that. See if we got some confirming volume here. We definitely got the volume. We definitely got the volume. Way to get them, Suey. Way to get them. I'm kind of bummed I did scale back on that position size, but it's all right. It is all right. See if anything else has got that same flavor. Suey so far. We up, baby. We in the green. We're white wine bubble. On crypto bubbles. That's what we sitting at right now with Suey. Let's go. Floki in the green. Let's see what Ada did. Ada. And this already tumbled back down some though. But nonetheless, she held her ground. Got Floki. I said I wasn't gonna look at memes today. Okay, so from yesterday we still held in here from yesterday. I did something. So it kept going instead and pushed up through that little bit of resistance in here. Who else looking green? Oh, we already gone over that one. That one stayed green anyway. So no pullback after breaking the neckline over here. Get back over here to Suey. So I'm up just 10%, just a little over 10% right now. From that neckline. Just from the neckline. That's why I enter that. So, coming back testing that 200 EMA on the 15-minute time frame. Could actually see it falter back below it, but it's all right. And MACD kept rising. Kept rising. once it crossed that zero. Once it crossed that zero, that was it. Kept rising instead. Try to say, do want to invalidate the bear div as we did get the rejection off the top of the support resistance level here. And this one's from the 4-hour time frame here. That was so unexpected. Given the rest of the market, that was so unexpected. Let me see what that might have looked like over here. That's all silly. It might have been the Robinhood listing thing. Maybe that's it. Let's see if anything came up. See if anything comes up over here. Nothing. Nothing new. Let's see. Let me check. I hope today is Sui Day. I hope it is. I need it to be Sui Day. Because it's just been falling. I don't think I need this because this is for the full range. We'll see if we're coming back down. We want to hold the golden pocket. Could also look at the 786 as an inverse fib level. Let me see what's happening. I don't really see anything. Not sure about people's predictions and stuff. So we flipped Sol and Ethereum, now number one in daily active addresses with 3.5 million users, plus 219.8% in 30 days. I don't see any news that I was looking for, just people in their predictions and stuff. Let me know if you heard anything on Sui. Only thing I've heard so far is about Robinhood. That was good. Hold on. Just saying if we get above that 60, we actually don't want to come back in that. So we want to hold in here. We don't want to come back. We don't want to come back in here. By all means, we do not want to come back inside the cloud. We are above it now. And as we are above it, we should see a bigger move here for SUI. I know when SUI starts to move, it doesn't really give you an opportunity to enter. I'm gonna be patient in here just in case. It was just this pump out, that liquidity taken over there, and we start to roll back down into the cloud. I don't want to be in the cloud, so if we do come back into the cloud, um, holding the low is critical. Right now, that's at 356, so hopefully that doesn't start to rise. I'd rather not come in, but if we do, then I would like to see us hold in here. So I'm going to move this and move that, move it to this one. All right, let's see what happens. If it looks like we're going to hold in here, it's really close to where I took the entry at here on this neckline break, so I will add to it. Actually, we basically just coming back into that if we push through further. So I don't want to close with this nasty candle. Let's zoom out. I already marked the level so I can zoom out. I don't really want to go lower than 5, so I'm going to keep it here. That's a small reaction off the top side of the dynamic cloud. Small reaction. I'm going to take a chance. If I take a loss, I take a L. I'm going to add on to this. That's what I'm going to do. That's also a standard deviation 1 on the Bollinger on the 15-minute time frame. That's what that is. Also, what we're seeing the reaction. So if I take us back over here just to share that, that's also standard deviation 1. And then where I'm saying here, the absolute low of that dynamic cloud, that's coming into confluence with the 20 SMA here. If we do, but I just added on to this position. I take a little L, I take a little L, I live. And that actually raised my position up to 15-minute, but it's just below that standard deviation 1. It's just below that. Right here. And DTI is showing me that we're gonna get a more of a cool off in here, but we'll see. Let me just, yeah, I just want to hold here. Anything. Take that one away. All right, we slow it down again. on Bitcoin. All right. Still no energy just yet. Losing a little steam here on the MACD. A little bit of a cloud covering here on the RSI. Some sort of a laggy situation happening in here. Hold up, we're getting a momentum break. Could still do a little chop in here. Could still do a little chop. And then we'll look to see if we get any sort of a bear div in here. This is just a 15-minute. That was already a bull div, so I got nothing in there. Let's take a look at one. Let's see. That still looks good. Let's turn that on since I flipped over here. Okay. We should still play out more of, exaggerated, but nonetheless, the bullish divergence from this 1 hour. Because I know we had this, that was from yesterday. That's from yesterday. Look at the 3 hour. Don't actually have it on the 3. We don't have it on the 3. So we have some sort of exaggerated bullish divergence here on the 2 hour time frame, but that doesn't guarantee that we get the best move up. But nonetheless, we do have exaggerated, still sitting in bearish or correction territory only right now. Nonetheless, we're already playing out this portion of the bull div. Still got a little hope over here on the 15-minute. We're really slow right now. Did I take away the fib? Oh, I did. Just because we were hitting the low. Okay. Not really a big change over here on Ethereum either, but let's do this fast break in here. Let's set it like this actually. That could move it for this. I did kind of like this better though. Yeah, look at this. Area. Which looks a lot better. I love the bull dip here for Ethereum that we're attempting to play out. So maybe when market opens, we didn't have anything to come up today, from my knowledge. So let me just double check. Take this way. Uh-oh. Sorry. All right. I pressed the button and I changed everything. All right. All right. Let's see. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was back where it was supposed to be. Let's see. No, we still didn't have anything. Yeah, the DTI, this indicator right here on SUI is indicate this is Ethereum right now, but on SUI it does suggest that we see some sort of a cool off in here. I mean, obviously price action was showing it, so I'm still gonna hold the position. All I need to do is just make sure that we don't break below here. I take a little L. Break below here, I'm sorry. And I'll take a little L if we do. But that's all I need for it to do. Just hold here. So we are still just sort of kind of testing the top side here. That's all it takes. Start things out. 200. 200 EMA. Looks like I'm gonna have to start raising that up. Let's see something I'm about to do. Mm. All right, we are super slow. Slow is boring. Fast signal on the 1 hour on Ethereum. On Ethereum, it's 1 hour. It does still look like bulls are still in control of this 15-minute time frame, despite the reaction off of that push up. At the moment, bulls are still in control over here. You can see the difference in the green. We're a light shade in here because there was some selling pressure, but it still looks rather decent. Let's just change this for this time frame. Get that sound. So holding up. VIX is taking a little bit of a tumble today. Right now on the 1 hour time frame anyway. After that high yesterday, it is continuing to push down lower. I bought this one off of Webull called Novo Nordisk. They're in the health sector. Pretty sold off. I'm just chatting while we're waiting on that to change. So yeah, we're still trying to pull up right now. But I ended up buying this right here. Stonk. And it's taking a beating here. This is the weekly time frame. You can see it's taking a beating in here. So I bought some. I think it has a lot of room to recover. So we'll see. I'm kind of early into it. I bought a little bit. So every week, for at least the next few weeks, I will add to this. This is the platinum pocket in here. But I like it. It needs to get a push above its 20 over here. But it was something else I was looking at for this one. I can't think of what it is. It was something else I was looking at. It may have been, I think I was looking at it here off of the monthly time frame. That's what it was. On the monthly time frame. On the monthly time frame, you can see how this is getting eerily close here to getting across of the delta and the MACD. We're still in the same range, y'all. I will let you know. I was starting to get across in here. It hasn't got it yet. That's why I say I'm a little premature on it. But it has done well every other time. Right here, you got a cross of the delta came up the MACD over here. That's why I say on the higher time frame, this can go really, really well. You can see that started that whole move right there. Back here, you got a cross here, delta cross up MACD over here, and you got a nice. I'm trying to catch that over here. This is where it crossed up in here. So I'm really trying to, and crossed up over here too. So I'm really trying to catch that here on the monthly time frame. Doesn't mean it won't pull back once it gets across. But I'm really trying to catch that. And I think that this, because it's all the way down here towards the platinum pocket, even if it pushes into the platinum pocket, I'm going to buy a little bit more of this for the next coming weeks for a nice push back up. At least double my money. At least get that. I like it. We did not look at total two today. I'll look at it and see if there's anything we need to talk about right now. Three. We just keep trying to lose that momentum over here. All right. Get some new work over here. Bitcoin, yeah, yeah, it was showing that anyway. We was losing that steam because we got that big candle rejection there on Suzy, but it's fine. So let's see. Like I said, if we hold 356, maybe at 356, maybe I'm still in profit right now. Not gonna trip on it just yet. All right, so we did reject on Bitcoin. We did officially reject now that we've broken below these lows in here. Now that we've broken below here. It's not about to say here. Check in on something. It was showing that we would lose some steam anyway. We looked at that. We talked about the potential, whatever that was in here. Break of momentum in here. Anyway. Let's see if we can hold here though. If we can hold here, we'll be okay for another bounce up. We start to roll. And both of these are have a bearish posture, still above the zero line. Can just pierce it and then swing back up. It's very possible. It just swings it and pushes back up. But that could also give some better divergence because you don't really have it. You had it in here. We have some decent bullish divergence in here. This was a this was a chotch in here. So as long as we're not taking out this low, we'll see. Still have the potential to hold here. If not, we just start to nuke below it like over here. I don't know if this actually got a push up. I don't think it did. It didn't break it. So this would be the time for it to hold. Just hold here, which is these lows. That's a 382. All right. So we're still holding that golden pocket. I'm just kind of watching Bitcoin now because the dominance is coming up. My neck is hurting. I almost want to change this. Let's see. I drew this off of. It doesn't look like I really drew it off of anything. Oh, it's a daily level. I don't know. I almost want to switch this support level. I almost want to drop this and use this. That's why I keep looking. That's why I was looking at. And I want to use this, but this really didn't. I mean, it's close to here anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Nice. All right, so we're starting to slip that golden pocket now. long as Bitcoin try to hold up with Bitcoin dominance rising, it's getting that little bounce back. Is Bitcoin, did it get a squeeze break? Something like that. If you're on this 15-minute time frame, did something like that. Didn't actually deviate outside of standard deviation too. So I mean, it shows weakness in the push. Over here we did get outside of standard deviation too a few times. We just crossed down. Well, the RSI did. The RSI crossed down that line. That was that alarm. So Bitcoin is going on about Bitcoin's business, and Sui is not. I don't mind the separation, especially if it's going to perform. So we'll see what happens. I'm a little bit down, very little, but a little bit down right now. I'm down like 39% right now. 0.39%. So not even a whole 1% yet. It's a third. About a third. All right. Another rejection. See, in case you're instantly, we we want to hold. We want to hold. We can't hold. That's why I cut it. I'll take a little small L in here, and I will live. Dang. We'll see. 20 SMA right now. If you trade on Blowfin, you're hitting the 20 SMA right now. But it's got a big old sales signal at the top of it. Probably went far outside the band. Yeah. There's very little volume on this move down in comparison. I'm seriously leaning towards this was from the Robinhood listing. The moment of truth. Are we going to fall back out of grace or will we hold? That's also a back test, too. So I'm down a lot more. I'm down like 2.32% now since I added. That's what I get for adding. Oh, it's a back test of the neckline, a back test of the trend line, and then a momentum line. So, oh man, we've already slipped below the 20 SMA here on the, yeah, we're below it. We're below it now, of course. We already slipped the 20 SMA too. Let's see. I mean, the only thing left is to come back for the inefficiency in here, which would bring us back down here. So you would, I mean, you could leave this little bit of an inefficiency on the table. It should be a little harder to push through this part. I mean, we're still here right now, but definitely outside of the cloud at the moment. Got less than 8 minutes on it. Let's see where we close at. See if we we can keep it going. Market's open in about 30 minutes. Palantir once again. Pre-market is lower than it opened yesterday. So it's at 171 now pre-market. That sucks. AMD finally slipped down to 173. So it filled the gap in completely and then slipped below that gap fill. The last bounce came from around 169 for AMD. 166.71 would be the next level if it slips that. NVIDIA is still holding up. Pre-market 182. So not bad. circle. It's down. Pre-market 143 per circle. We're starting to break the zero here on, we're trying to break the zero here. We've already lost the momentum line in here, which would have coincided with this momentum line here for the bottom side of the dynamic cloud. So all the confluence is in here, all of it. This, 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 everything is right here. All right. I went ahead and added to it again because I know right here I'm gonna cut it because all the confluence is in here. So I know if we're losing that, then I just cut it. It won't hurt. Won't hurt anything. I still be at the same loss I would have been at, you know, with me just moving the entry. So it's fine. And just so y'all can see that I'm down right now. I don't think I ever share it too much, but I am down. And I did just add again to that little sad face. So you can see my little sad face in here. So I started out here. That's my entry. I added to it. And then that brought it up, and I just added a little bit more to bring it down a little bit. So Could put in some more bullish divergence across here. Just depends. Just depends. I don't want to see this drop, but we could. So we'll see. Hmm. I hate when it stalls like this. I just feel like it's gonna, yeah, gonna do something. Please, rocket, and don't have a failed launch. Let's see what else is in here. Nothing. I know this is a level that I took off the chart. I didn't like it. I know that that is what that is. I think it's this one. I didn't really use this one. Did get a reaction there yesterday. I really use this one. I turned this one off. It was a resistance level. And I turned it off yesterday because you can see how I got it where it's just a standard line. That's because it was more like a continuation level versus something that you seen price action just really get a nice reaction from. And that's why I turned it off. Like these, I ended up using the little dotted line style just so I'd be able to see where we got strong reactions from. I left this one. You got to have something in between this space. Okay, I did. right. We made some attempt. All right. Let's see. All right. Let me look back at Ethereum because we got a few minutes now. Market opens and let's see over here. I think I drew that out pretty decent. Let me make sure. Okay. Let's push that up a little bit in here. All right. Ethereum. Ethereum was still looking pretty decent in here. RSI looks really nice here on the 1 hour time frame. 1 hour also looks really decent in here. And if we were to turn up right now, there is the potential for us turning up in the favor of bulls. Bears have it by just a minor point or two, but this is actually looking pretty good over here in terms of price action as well. Let me zoom out on the 15 just to look again. Yeah. I mean, if we get a pullback, let's see. This isn't looking bad. I like the 1 hour. I don't like the 15 minute. I like the 1 hour. So the 15 minute sort of suggests that we could see a correction in here. Maybe it does what Sui does, and we see a God candle first, and then we see a rejection. But I like the 1 hour a lot. I just wanted to see what this was looking like here with the cloud. Okay, so you're just tapping the top side of the dynamic cloud here for Ethereum. So you're just touching the top side. So maybe it does something like what Sui did, and we see a nice push out of here, a nice little large candle in here, and then maybe some sort of a rejection from there. And actually, I'm just gonna put a line on here on that, just so I can see where it is. You know what? Cancel. Delete. I'm just gonna do this. And then that way I know where it is. Yeah. It'll push us back out here on the 1 simply because I do like the 1 hour. I don't want to get sidetracked by the 15-minute time frame when the 1 hour looks good. Bitcoin, same reaction over here. Um, where it is, getting a nice little, trying to get a momentum candle in here. Sui, thank goodness, did get a nice performance off of that must hold line there. So we'll see if Bitcoin wants to continue this push up. Again, do what Sui just did there. We do have a trend line here off of the here. We've already tapped into this one. I'm just gonna hide this one for now, so it's not too many lines on the chart. But this is doing pretty good in here for Bitcoin coming into market open. So we'll see how this goes. Just hitting that standard deviation 2 here. We were just slightly outside of it. And I think that might be the top of the cloud. I'm not sure. I have to put it on to see. Try to negate a lot of noise. No, we haven't even made it to that yet. Haven't made it to that yet. We'll leave the Bollinger on though. Here for Bitcoin. Let's do it at 1 hour. It's looking like 1 hour is pushing up into the wall here for that 4-hour range. This just looks so enticing. It looks so enticing. It looks like we're molding, like we're modeling this side over here to this side. You see that? You see how we look right here? You see how we look right here? It looks like we're modeling this side and we repeat it and come back up here. That's what it looks like. No, not mirrored. I need to. It looks like that. That's what it looks like, which is hilarious. All right, rejection on Sui there as it tried to break that top again. But that's what Bitcoin looks like over here on the 1 hour time frame. So just zooming out a little bit and not getting caught up. Not getting caught up over here on the 15-minute time frame. We'll see. or what I want to do. It's a terrible dump on Palantir here. I was looking at that next level at 169.24. That's what I mentioned yesterday, but we're heading down here to the 3.618 at 167 right now. So nasty gap down here on Palantir. That sucks. That really sucks. Wow. Just wow. AMD gap down. Nasty sell off. Nvidia. Um, nasty rejection on Nvidia as well, but not as bad as what I'm seeing over here on Palantir. Like Palantir is just completely lost the 3.618, heading to the 4.236. That's trash. All right. 167. 23 on that. Dude, crap. I just feel choked. Give me a minute. I think I'm done choking up. All right, we're bouncing off standard deviation one and two in here right now. It still doesn't look bad over here on the 1 hour time frame, which is why, like I need to just zoom out a little bit. It looks worse over here than it does off of this one. But I knew that. I mean, yeah, this isn't terrible. I mean, Bitcoin doesn't look terrible. Got an outside bar, so the next bar that opens, it needs to have momentum to the downside over here off of this 15-minute time frame to confirm this outside bar. Ethereum is holding up. Ethereum's holding up in here. Like I said, Ethereum 1 hour looks really good in my opinion. I mean, it got the rejection on trying to get that push up, but 1 hour overall looks relatively healthy in my opinion. And like I said, if we flipped up over here on the 1 hour time frame, we would flip in the Bulls' favor here on the one because the Bears only had it by a bar. But I like the 1 hour despite whatever's happening in the chart right now. 1 hour looks decent. All right. See that we did get an additional push down over here with an outside bar here of our little green candle in here. Volume. Volume is not as strong as when we did get this push out. So I am looking for a continuation here. It was just a matter of how far we came in from my position, but volume is just really, I mean, it was decent volume. It was decent volume. It just, still diverging. It did get a cross below the zero line with the delta. MACD is still above it. If that starts to push into, then it could get worse. But at the moment, it's trying to hold. And Bitcoin's dominance has a red candle on it. It did get a wick bounce from the low. So it did bounce up, but it's still a red candle on the 1 hour E2. VIX spiked up ever so slightly here. Bitcoin just still bouncing off the standard deviation 1 and 2 of the Bollinger Band. Hasn't expanded yet. So if it starts to expand, then that'll be a thing. But otherwise, it might be all right. You know what? I'm done with this thing over here. Freaking Palantir just pissed me off. All right, so we did fall back outside of that cloud here. Currently for SUI, market structure still shifted. So, I mean, we'll see. I don't care for it like this. Most certainly don't care for it. Because all the confluence we had in here, we lost it. We lost the back test here of the descending trend line here. We lost the low of the dynamic cloud in here. We lost the neckline back test in here. And all we have in here is these inefficiencies in here. So I don't like that. Man, this thing is annoying. All right, so that was an L for me on SUI. It got me. It got me. And we're back to the range. See Bitcoin over here. It is starting to expand now, Bitcoin. So I was really leaning towards this fractal on the other side over there. All right, so Bitcoin is in the golden pocket at the moment. So it's in the golden pocket, but it is expanding a little bit right here in the Bollinger. So um, saw the loss of momentum in here, but I was thinking that it still had a chance. Guess it didn't. Guess it didn't. Let's see how we hold. Still holding this golden pocket right now. Like I said, it is outside the standard deviation 2 right now, which means that it is a rather strong push down here on the 15-minute time frame. We just engulfed all of those bars over here. But we engulfed all of these over here, and then we did another candle back down before we actually got a push up. Still have divergence on these candles, like volume. Got divergence on volume. See what our dominance is looking like. Yeah, Bitcoin dominance up, ETH dominance down. As long as you're still outside of standard deviation 2, it's, the strength is there. So no sense in trying to so long it as long as it's still trading outside of here, because you continue, and at least until you get a push up, and then reevaluate what things look like with a push back up. What kind of candlestick we got. I gotta move this up, and I gotta move the other one down. So my bad. I'm gonna move this down like this. Golden pocket. I could drop 382. Oh, thought something was about to fall off my desk. I was gonna catch it. So those reflexes, I was ready. I was ready. Yeah. So I want to kill this strength to the downside first. See what kind of candle we get. And our lows over here of our range in here. Remember, the ranges over here are based on candlesticks. The ranges over here are based on the traded momentum. So the way momentum was working, or the number of participants, is how this is drawn out. What the multitude of participants may have sold out or loaned or whatever for this situation in here. So Palantir is getting a little bit of a bounce off of the 4.236. Just sad. Coming into that next level, actually at 161.40. It has a purple E on it. I'm not even touching it. I'm not touching it. Sui bounced off of our level of support that we've bounced from a few times in here. That we've seen price action gap up. So this is the thing. We got like 8 minutes. So nice bounce for bidding. We got overextended. It looks like we might be a little overextended trying to come back in. But we want to see it claim back above here too now. That's nice that it didn't continue to expand, but we're still in the standard deviation 1 and 2 here. Now SUI, on the other hand, this little Tasmanian devil. So you know that if you weren't here, I covered this yesterday, what this level right here is. So this level that I have with the dotted line, like it just shows where the strongest levels were in here for price action. So the next strongest level is going to be down in here. This one's a lot wider right here. But the next this strong level right here is where we've seen price action gap up before. So you see how we gapped up here in the past. Okay, so we gapped up here. That was beautiful. We gapped up here. We gapped up over here as well. So then you can say that it started from down here, but nonetheless, your most aggressive candle came in right here. So that's why I like this level right here so much, because it showed that we've had some strong price action off of it. Nice support level in here before as well. Nice, like I said, gap up here off of this level as well. So I just really like this level. I like it. And like I said, the next one is going to be down here. If for some reason we continue to roll over. But I think today could be a good day. I still lean towards today and tomorrow being a good day. So 340 to 331 here for SUI. Then of course, you know, this is a strong level in here for rejection. So you saw rejected there, rejected here. You can't see it over here. We got a nice reaction off of this level in here, a nice reaction off of this level in here as well. It may have been the only 2 points, you know, in this one over here, a nice reaction off of this level as well. So right now it is acting as resistance. But it has been a support level also, so support and resistance level. But right now that is what it's doing. So we get past that. These right here don't have like really strong reactions. They're more so continuation points. And here where the box is solid. And then here at about 396 to 388, this is a strong level in here as well. So the other ones, I just left them. Yeah, they don't even have letters on the inside of them. So far, We did get our break of momentum in here. We saw the break of momentum. We saw the first thing we saw was price action show us the rejection. So price action was faster in here. But still, I just think that this is a continuation of just because we changed market structure in here on the 15 minute. I know it doesn't have to be a reversal, but we did change market structure in here. So we got higher lows in here. We got higher high now. And potentially this could be a higher low. Hopefully it is. And we do get that push up in here. I would love to see that. Right now, let's see. We need to be trading back above the cloud. We really do. But we're interacting with it a lot, and I can appreciate that much that we're interacting with it a lot. The volume pretty decent on that candle, but still diverging. Let's see what we're doing right here. What are we doing, Sui? I don't really have low. I don't want to do the line here since we don't have that, and it doesn't look uniform. Maybe. Maybe. Back to all of this resistance in here. Let's see. We didn't hold this, so I can just take this away. See if Bitcoin's gonna take out that indecision candle that it just put in. All right, it's 10:02. I should be getting off. I'm gonna hang in here just a little bit just to see what we do, just a little bit longer. I hate to run off in the middle of this situation. Just hitting resistance right now from the lows across here. And Ethereum still holding up. Still in favor of bulls. So still holding up. RSI still looks good. We just lagging behind right now, but this 1 hour, I'm telling you, the 1 hour looks pretty nice. Hopefully it plays out. The 1 hour looks fine to me. I just don't know what the catalyst is. Do need to invalidate this outside bar right here, but I favor the 1 hour being given a nice pump here, at least back here to the top side or something. Like maybe it takes this and comes up, or maybe it just takes this liquidity in here and struggles with getting back above here. But it looks pretty decent. It looks decent. And if I'm wrong, I'll go on X and I'll say it looked decent, but it didn't work. That'll be the conversation. Because even the best doesn't work out, right? It can look good and not work. Okay, Bitcoin before I go, because I am trying to hang in here a little bit. All right, still getting held down here within standard deviation 1 here. Still getting held down. So just in between standard deviation 1 and 2. Want to see this invalidated. Right now you got a tweezer top. That is what we have right now, a tweezer top. Until we see an actual closure above it. It is a tweezer. Let me zoom out a little bit. My typing is so terrible. I don't think I'll ever get good with it. But you want to look to invalidate that candle. Right now it's just rejecting. But this gives you some highs that market makers may be looking to come back into, since you can see the equals in here for liquidity. Let me take a look over here. Too many longs in the market. Yeah, too many longs. loans creating liquidity to the downside. All right. And that's what's going on down here. Not getting above the 21 SMA, not getting above that terrible candle. Well, it's not a terrible candle, it's a good candle. So you're not able to push above this candle here, which was important. You haven't broke the low of it either, so that's good. But right now, just still in the bearish control zone here. Both are in the bearish control zone here. Let's see what you're looking like. Looking at Bitcoin. It's performing a lot better than Bitcoin right now. So I'm going to spend the rest of my day seeing if I can find some hope. I don't know why I want to trade it. I don't know why I want to trade it so bad. I just do. SUI. It's just SUI. I want to trade SUI. But howdy, Mel. Hi. Yeah, it's just SUI though. It's SUI Mel. It gets to me. It is performing rather well against Bitcoin though. So we'll see if we have a good day with it. With that said, all right, it's time for me to go. I'm not here tomorrow unless something crazy happens, and then I may come back. But thank you to everyone who stopped by to hang out with me. I really appreciate it. It's just one of those days. I don't know. I may need to be trying to short. I just don't want to short. I don't want to short. So I think we still got a chance over here with SUI. So I'm gonna keep fighting the good fight, and I will share what my profit's looking like, or my percentage. My percentage. I don't usually share too much, but I guess I'll see you guys on Thursday. Thank you. Mail, hit me up on X.